do you need further, perhaps this is not connected. Ah, okay. I didn't knew that. Sorry. Thank you. Thank you very much. Then, okay. Then this session we'll have 3 presentations from the colleagues that are here and sharing with me the table. Then we can start with the first one from Dr. Ralf Kopp that will present with other colleagues that are not here. And the topic is Industry 4.0 versus Industry 5.0, similarities, differences, and perspectives. Then we are this is yes. Then we are willing to listen to you. Okay. And I think
control maybe.
Okay, and then. Do you want to?
I can do it.
Perhaps it's technically it's
so
not possible. No, it's not
possible.
so possible.
So
unless. No, it's not possible because it's connected elsewhere. Okay.
But I can do
yeah,
it.
you
can. No problem.
Please, you have then 50 minutes. I will just show several cards.
Okay, so I see.
Hope yes. To arrive to the black one.
Okay.
Okay,
yes.
Thank you, please.
Yes, thank you very much for the opportunity to contribute to the conference with this title. And the presentation was made against the background of a currently launched EU project called Bridges 5.0. And as you said, I will do it alone because the colleagues are not here. My name is Ralf Kopp. I come from the Social Science Center of the Technical University in Dortmund, where I'm responsible for the research area, work and organization in the socio-digital transformation. And I will give a brief description, a very brief description of the project and introduce 5.0 as a sensitizing project. And I will show that labor research, trade unions, and 5.0 pull in the same direction. And then I will introduce shortly Industry 4.0 as a learning system and show what's new and at least that a socio-ecological transformation perspective could make a real difference to 4.0. So, coming to the view of the EU, manufacturing for EU should be the main driver for prosperity and sustainability, and EU makes problematic that the concept of Industry 4.0 has driven primarily by productivity and by technological considerations. And in a policy brief from 2021, you see the left side of the slide, the EU has formulated a policy approach called Industry 5.0. An EU definition is still under construction, and it is actually more a sensitizing concept, helping to identify the main features of what companies should do in practice. 5.0 is not intended to be a follow-up from 4.0, but a widening and a deepening in direction of 3 points, in direction of sustainability, This means in terms of circular processes, reduction of energy and waste, and increasing efficiency. Secondly, resilience in terms of infrastructure, security, and robustness, and overall, human centration. This means putting the needs of industrial workers and also society challenges into the center. That all has strong impacts on skills, and this is what the new project Bridges 5.0 is about. The project started in January, and it will take 4 years, and the idea is to develop skills for 5.0 for managers, employees, job seekers, and students. We will do a quantitatively map how jobs are transforming and what new green and digital jobs are emerging. We want to map Industry 5.0 skills and skills gaps, of course, and set up a learning trajectory and training pathways using the enriched concept of teaching and learning factories. And last but not least, we want to engage a range of industry and related stakeholders at regional and national and EU levels and bring them together for co-producing an Industry 5.0 web platform. But I will not focus on skill questions because they have yet to be answered in the coming years in this project. And in the first month, we dealt more fundamentally with the question, what exactly is 5.0 and how it differs from other approaches. And this is what I won't do in this presentation. Only that you have an impression, we are a big consortium. It includes a lot of research institutions and enterprises from many countries of Europe. And now to the EU view. European industry has embarked on a path of green and digital transformation with a value and mission-oriented policy brief coming 2021. And the main focus is a manufacturing system. EU identifies some shortcomings from Industry 4.0, saying that it's too technological and too profit-driven, and there is a lack of sense for societal needs. And instead of this, 5.0 focuses on the empowerment of workers. They want to have a shift from shareholder to stakeholder value. They want to balance economic development with the resolution of societal and environmental problems. They want to give a contribution to the Green Deal and create a new and fair capitalism, serving the humanity within planetary boundaries and enable green growth. Yes, this is the core idea. And now I come to another German debate. Against the background of social partnership and co-determination in Germany, the trade unions, in close cooperation with labor research, have criticized 4.0 since 10 years, with very similar arguments as EU with 5.0 nowadays. Labor research has for decades been in opposition to technology-centered and technology-determined approaches, and the mantra is to push a human-oriented and participation-based perspective by designing the organization and using technology as an enabler. So the socio-technical design approach, research-based criteria of good work, and a lot of knowledge how to design workplaces, organizations, and how to empower people and upskill them is available. On European level, this is represented by the workplace innovation approach. In Germany, this debate is covered by the label Labor 4.0, Arbeit 4.0. The actors are strong connected with Industry 4.0, and they could inscribe their ideas in the developments. Industry 4.0 should be seen as a learning system between highly connected actors, ministries, industry, research, labor research, associations, unions. And the approach from the early years is not the same as it is today. As a learning system, it incorporates many of aspects pushed by labor research and unions. You can see this in many, many conceptual publications, and I have chosen only 2 as examples from many, many more. For example, 2019, they come with mission statement for this decade, seeing digitalization as ecosystem with 3 main topics. Interoperability, which means the same as standardization, then sovereignty, this is resilience in 5.0, and sustainability. And here you find aspects of good work, of education, and of inclusion. Another example is brand new. It's from the Messe Hannover, which was in April of this year. And there was presented the new 5th version of a standardization roadmap, and there was clearly defined the need for human-centric 4.0 systems. And this means they want human-centered design with focus on safety and health of employee as an aspect of standardization. Criteria of labor research should be established as a standard of evaluation. Managers should be instructed about socio-technical aspects or organizational and personal development. And against this background, the regulation of adaptive dynamic allocation of tasks between humans and machines is required, as well as the design of selection and training processes for assistance systems. These are ideas from Industry 4.0. Oh, 5 minutes. So I want here to bring it in a bigger picture, but I only can focus on the idea of Society 5.0, which means this is an approach from Japan, and it's totally different. It's also mentioned by the EU as an important landmark, and it focuses on the service sector, not on manufacturing, on smart and on a super smart society, and on public living spaces, on habitat innovation, and on intersectoral collaboration. And this all isn't covered by Industry 5.0. There are very close to Labor 4.0, focusing on manufacturing, human-centered factory, worker as a driver, and technology as enabler. Other points also are not adopted from Society 5.0, but what is new, you can see it here in blue, is the idea of green growth, and that they want to come from a shareholder approach to a stakeholder approach, and they don't want to be only profit maximizing. And there was another paper which pushes this idea. They say growth-oriented paradigm is a part of the problem. Growth is a part of the problem. And the change from shareholder to stakeholder capitalism is not enough. And we have to overcome neoliberalism, and the need of post-capitalism perspective is given. This is also a paper on the EU level with a little bit other perspective. I come to my last slide. So, because these ideas, I think, opens the perspective for alternative economic models and transformation paths that are favored more by social ecological research and from the direction of social innovation. And this means dealing with socio-ecological perspectives means embedding digitization in larger transformation fields, meaning energy transition, mobility transition, or agricultural transition. And then you come to the question, what services do we need? Think it's a Japanese approach of Society 5.0. And then what products do we need in this perspective? So we come more from a how we produce to what we produce. And then what does this mean for manufacturing? So there are some other points in the socio-ecological perspective that are important, connecting the focus on worker with focus on citizen, or changing lifestyles and consumption practices, which is very important, and also the introduction of sufficiency perspectives. The conclusion is, it is wishful to push human centrification, sustainability, and resilience of human manufacturing by many reasons, of course, but these demands are not really new, and you can see that Industry 5.0 is on its way. In my opinion, the big difference Industry 5.0 could make, according to 4.0, is not the human centrification, but bringing manufacturing on the road to socio-ecological transformation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You just made very strong statements for these initial presentations on this topic. And so then we can go next. I think it's better than to have the questions at the end, because then it's easier to make the connection between the three presentations. But this one makes quite a good input for the discussion. Then the next presentation is from both colleagues from the University of Genoa, Luca Beltrametti and Angelo Gasparro.
Yep.
Then it's the same, but perhaps for you it's easier to use these and the same procedure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, good, very good. My name is Angelo. Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Yeah, I think so. Okay, so we have this paper is about additive manufacturing. Do you know what it is? 3D printing, so the making of object layer by layer using quite complicated technology, different types of different technology. We mainly focus on the metal additive manufacturing. Our background is from economics, not engineering, so we're studying more the economic and organizational sides of these, the adoption of this technology. Well, this specific paper is a dialogue between the cover of that issue of The Economist from 2013, 10 years after. So it's basically print me a Stradivarius, and the sub-heading of that is that specific manufacturing technology will change the world, not less than that. And then that specific violin is supposed to be a kind of a Stradivarius, and sounds beautifully. That what the Economist said at the time. So our presentation is much about don't bring me that the Stradivarius, and the focus is more on the rhetoric of the Industry 4.0 and the things that he said about the actual power of that technology 10 years after. So there was clearly kind of a hype on this specific technology. Before we used the label 4.0, well, actually many publications consider that the third industrial revolution was connected directly with that specific technology, the additive manufacturing or 3D printing. And that happens not just on media, like The Economist or financial medias. If you look at that picture on the Financial Times, it looks like it delivers the idea that that specific turbine was made out of additive manufacturing, which is actually not true. You can do a lot of things with AM, but not such a huge turbine all at once. And then we just capture a few titles from scientific publication as well. That again, the 3D printing will change the world and disrupt manufacturing, and that was the technology for mass customization. That was a label that was attached to 3D printing. So the main reason of this hype on that specific technology was heavily connected with mass customization and the idea of a kind of a democratization of manufacturing was supposed to be located more closely, not in as it was in the previous era. And then, of course, there was a narrative also from the political side, that image of Obama saying that that technology will revolutionize almost everything. And then there was a plan in the US for equipping every school in the US with a 3D printer. So the method is a qualitative study. We had these two phases of research. 10 years ago, we began to study 3D printing. We had a few publications at the time, and we had many interviews with the main protagonists of this work. And then there's a second phase, which is actually ongoing. So we are the results that we are presenting today are provisional. So we are just trying to understand what happened in these 10 years. So a few things that we are presenting today was kind of clear even 10 years ago, but now, after 10 years, maybe it's more clear that some of the things that was said about that technology was actually a little bit too much compared to the actual scope of that technology. The theoretical background is going very fast on this. There's a few notions in this stream of literature in organizational rhetoric and management fashions. There's a few things that are said in that specific stream of literature that lead to understand that language is not just a matter of communication, but it's a way to construct reality. So then leads to a discourse analysis, and that what this paper should be about. And there's two notions. One is grandiosization, and the other is muscularization, which is basically the exaggeration and kind of an enthusiastic narrative about the actual scope of that specific technology. So we're trying to work on using those notions that are provided by that literature, but they're really under-theorized. They're used in a few publications, but there's no theoretical definition of actually those two notions. So we basically use the case study of additive manufacturing to try to enlarge the theoretical discourse on organizational rhetorics. So that literature is very interesting, and the main focus of publication, leading publication, is mainly about fashion setters, or like the life cycles of that rhetorics, or some specific technology, like some specific rhetoric about some specific things. And we are trying to focus mainly on AM as like the magical technology to enlarge the theoretical side of discourse. So now I leave the word to Luca for presenting the rest. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Angelo. So 10 years ago, almost 10 years ago, we started this work on the field, and the main player was system manufacturers, large industrial companies, service providers, that is, firms that buy a lot of AD printing, additive manufacturing machines, and sell the service to other firms. The makers was much in the hype, and the main understanding of this phenomenon at this age seems to be that you need to think additive. That is, you don't just take an object as it was and make it inadditive, but you have to think from the beginning a new design, a new geometry, and so on. The main use was in prototyping. This was almost 20 years that they make prototypes in plastics and so on. And in manufacturing, the main users were aerospace, biomedical, automotive, defense, where the budget is not so tight, packaging, jewelry, and so on. From the business model point of view, it was very in fashion to say that you need to store bits and not atoms. That is, you don't need to have large inventories and warehouses that are very much costly. You just keep the file of your object, and then you print it when you need it and where you need it, and in case you need it. The sometimes explicit, more often implicit assumption was that economies of scales disappeared. So if the cost is flat and you can print 1 or 1,000 at the same unit cost, then the geography of production is going to change. You, as Angelo said, you don't need big factories. You can, and they even imagined that you print in town and that the manufacturing was greatly depressed. Now, returns to scale are here to stay. This is clear. It's clear that the objects don't come out of the additive machine in their final version. You need very costly post-processing, thermal treatments, polishing, even. So you need, this is a technology that is not a perfect substitute for old technologies, but often coexist with older technologies. So the idea that you just throw away your old technology and buy and jump in a new era, it was very naive, very naive. The training is very important. To print in metal is very hard, it's very difficult. And so it's not for beginners or for hobbyists. The return to scale also lies in the fact that it's true that a single machine can print several materials, but if you dedicate one single machine to one material, you are much more efficient because you don't need to spare time in cleaning and so on. The use of powders implies a lot of returns to scale, both when you buy them, because you have much better prices with big quantities, but also when you treat them to use them again after one first use. This certification is important, certification processes. This implies huge fixed costs that, again, works towards, I see that the time is almost finished. So we see that since return to scale are here, then big players are gaining bigger role in the market. So small services are being bought by big one. There is a great concentration of market power, at least in Italy, in the service market. And small firms don't have interest in buying machines. It's much more interesting for them to buy services. So it's not a magic. What we see is that serial production, even in additive manufacturing, still is much more important than custom. Hips for orthopedics and turbines, blades are produced in a number of hundreds of thousands, and the custom is still very, very rare in this field. Probably dental uses are the most important in custom, but they did not, the mass customization did not appear after all. So the conclusion, maybe Angelo, but maybe it's implicit in what we said. So economies to scale and scope are here. Of course, the technology improved, both in the new machines are faster, produce bigger objects. The choice of materials is wider, but not up to expectation with respect to 10 years ago. And we thought an analogy with financial markets. I think that much in the same way in which financial bubbles in financial markets do have real effects because contribute to an efficient allocation of resources, a kind of mediatic bubble that generate excessive expectation about the technology also have real effects. Because in our interviews, we perceive a widespread disappointment for expectation that did not realize. So in particular, small firms now are very scary about coming again and trying again this path. So these are our provisional results. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this very interesting topic relating to the different expectations relatively to the implementation of this digitalization 4.0, and then we go. I thank you both for the very tight presentation conformed to the time that we have. So this means that we have more time for discussion. And then the last presentation is this one from future to present from our colleague Fabrizio Pirro from the University of Roma, Sapienza, which I don't remember which is the one.
Control L, if I remember.
H?
L.
L. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Remember.
Shall I go?
Yeah.
You?
Okay.
No,
Thanks.
you.
Oh, that's wait. Okay. More or less. Okay. Good morning. I'm Fabrizio Pirro. I'm professor of sociology of work at Università di Roma La Sapienza. So now I understand why I'm at the end of the three, but my shoulders are not enough in grade of sustain all the things about future. I'm trying to present some data about a situation after the COVID in the use of computers, more on Earth. So we have literature from more or less 70 years about the question of information technologies and the effects of information technologies on work, on people, on life and on working life and on conditions of life and conditions of work. More or less, two are the issues treated: the production processes and the job markets. Obviously, these two are intertwined. In the literature, we can find two approach. I'm very rough in this presentation. Apologetic and problematic. Apologetic based more on general consideration than on data. Well, the presentation of The Economist for me is apologetic. For the Stradivarius is apologetic on the idea of industry 4.0. Sorry. Problematics more based on data, but with some difficulties because we have very few data. Because how I said, the apologetic thinks about positive at all, and the problematic more on data and in the organization of the question in a very useful way by Professor Hirschkranzen. The studies are two classes of questions: qualitative, quantitative, and here more or less the authors that we may refer for understand the question. But all these approaches have some limits. they think about future more or less at present. For we have very few data about the conditions of a very wide diffusion of information, and today we said digital technologies. So they are based overall on assumptions and hypotheses. So I think that for a bad reason for COVID-19, we have had in Italy, but in the world, a dramatic technological changes. We have a very impressive diffusion at home of these technologies. And this put all together in a quasi-experiment, more or less. We have, for the first time, a new situation where a very wide quantity of people use this technology. I will present the result of a survey that we conduct for study working conditions on the people after the lockdowns experience. They are not definitive data. I don't think the data are representative of Italy. They are just representative of a condition, of people that worked in a very new way in an emergency situation with or without order. And so we want to study order. And so we want to study this very new experience, very new situations. The survey was a stratified random sample of 1,000 half units, stratified by geographical area, the classic Italian area, northeast, northwest, center, south, and Isles, sex and form of employment. We conducted this survey in July 22, downstream of the hardest period of Italian lockdown that ended, the Italians remember, on 3rd of May. The survey was conducted by SWG, an Italian research institute, by a Kawi technique with 23 questions. At the end, we have more or less the expected sample of 1,046 interviewed. Some evidences. I present you very rough, just frequencies, not cross-tabulation. We have cross-tabulation, but for reason of time, I will be very, very rapid. I hope. So we may said something about the effort of this new situation. Not all the people worked. The rhetoric of all at home to work was no problem. We have just a new way to work as before. But at first we know in our sample, just we have a quantity of people, more or less 13%, that don't work. They don't work because they don't was able to work, and because they lost the job. The majority was unable to work. That means in Italy the CPI, the dispositive of protection, and so on. So informatics is not in this way sufficient for resolve all the questions. Not all the people were paid, not paid at all for all the retribution, paid, partially paid, unpaid. Just 60% was paid in full. well, the frequency you can see. We have people that was paid by only in part, people that accede to social shock absorbers, and people that note receive a remuneration and note accede to social shock absorbers. Working during the lockdown, well, just less than the half worked at home. A quantity of 30% at home and at the workplace, and one quarter always going to the workplace. The workday was the same for less than the half of people. For more or less the same quantities, working day was shorter or longer. Workload for less than a half, the workload remained unchanged. For a quantity was decreased, but a third was increased. In another survey, what we went that on teacher, on Italian school, we have probably all the Italians remember the experience of to have children, or we as teacher working at home in this, where workload and work time was really crashed by this new experience. This is the mix. We have a mix of change in workday, change or not, or unchanged in workday and workload. We have people, well, a very a high quantity of people that experience unchanged in workday and workload, but we have a very important quantity of 1/5 of people that experience a longer workday and a increased workload. Yes, I'm ended. In this way, I would propose you a typology of working conditions after this period, the mixing workplace and variations on work day and workload. And we have a very mixed situation. This is for me very important, and we go to the conclusion before. But before I would present this another table about the present of in the collective agreement, or in the agreement in general, the possibility of rules about working, about remote working. In Italy, we have that for more than 40%, there is known rules about the way to conduct remote working. Just in 15%, it is present in collective agreement, and in 10% in supplementary contract. And for the fourth, remote working started with lockdown. We have some people that don't know if the issue is present in the agreements in general. So my conclusions. I started with the idea that the presentation in the literature was very rough in good, bad, winner, loser, but we have a very much complex of results, a fragmentation of working conditions with a very heterogeneity of these conditions, higher than what hypothesized in the model of polarization and downgrading. Not everyone was able to continue to work, who work so much in much more heterogeneous ways and places. Not everyone, whether working or not, received some retribution. The quota of who continue to work, overall, who did it from home, experienced a dramatic augment of work time and workload, in many cases with a sum of these two items. And the third, the need of regulative processes, better as bargained way, for the specific future of information technology as organization technology, more than production one, as, well, at this time, a very old book, research, for me very important, from Frankfurt scholars, about the idea that informatics is a technology of organization and not a technology of production. This is very different way of approach the problem that technology presents. So, I'm ended.
Thank you. That's it.
Without colors.
Very good. Thank you very much. Then we have also here two discussants, Wilko Artale and Antonella Gravinese is not here. Then at least you can make some comments, I hope, to the whole presentations. I thank you all again to be very tight with your presentations, but then we have more time even for this discussion. Thank you very much.
So I have to apologize a bit of rotate, but I hope you will be able to listen to me. First of all, my name is Wilko. I am a PhD student at the University of Glasgow. I'm also working on Industry 4.0 and labor process theory in the aerospace sector. So I may not be fully an expert on everything that you mentioned in your presentation, but yes, I have a few thoughts and a few questions. So I mean, in general, I'm very sympathetic with all the three presentations. The sensitizing idea of this Industry 5, it's very fascinating. In particular, in terms of, I mean, in this room here, we'll do research on Industry 4.0, and we all know that we don't have a universal definition of it, and in many cases, a lot of companies, they don't even embrace yet the third industrial revolution, when I was talking about the fourth, and maybe even five. So I think there were a couple of slides, and I also had a look in that European Union report that I mentioned. The fact that you try to define and this is distinguished from lean manufacturing to Industry 4 and 5, I think it could be a very important sort of indeed classification to also help all of us to actually define exactly what are we talking about here. It would be also facilitate the exchange. I mean, talking indeed about this paper, I have to say at the same time, it is a very fascinating, sensitizing idea, but at the same time, it feels, at least for now, a bit far from the actual reality of what we see. I mean, it's true that we don't have a lot of empirical data on Industry 4.0, but we are starting to have some. And I mean, I would say that the majority of the evidence points towards more a sort of neo-Taylorization of work. So an increase of surveillance, a decrease in employee autonomy, work in intensification. So, and I mean, his idea of humans as a center manufacturing is, I guess it depends also on the theoretical approach that you are talked about. It seems, at least to me, very far from what we've been experiencing now, and also it is somehow the sort of hopes and rhetorics that were already present in the third industrial revolution, in post-Fordism, in the knowledge society. But again, the evidence is very mixed, and I would say more towards a pessimist outcome. He's also interesting because, like in like even in the engineering literature, they have been discussing if Industry 4.0 actually represent a rupture compared to, so if Industry 4.0 represent a rupture from lean manufacturing. In many cases, they actually say that they are more complementary, you know, rather than something new. And again, in particular, with lean, even among critical scholars, there have been a lot of very different ideas. There is this book from Vidal that just came out, you know, that is a bit more towards an optimist like vision, but again, it has been also very criticized too, as according to many scholars, lean is the like is the main tool of one of the main tools for worker exploitation. So again, I guess it is a very interesting project, and it needed to have some clarity, but indeed there is also a chapter how to make it happen. And I don't know, honestly, I don't know, I don't see that happening soon, but I mean, yeah, sure. Yes, it's just the one I'm a bit more familiar with, but no, but I have to say the one on the trajectories, so additive manufacturing. I mean, it is very related also to what I've said. You mentioned about, you know, these false promises. You mentioned about I was thinking, for instance, you just said that this technologies has been introduced particularly in the aerospace sector, and I was thinking about, for instance, David Noble and his studies on the introduction of CNC machine, and in general how the interest of powerful actors as I actually not define the final design of a technology, and the need for either high or low skills for workers. So I don't know if you managed to get any impression on that from your interviews. Also, I don't know how much time I have, but yeah, also something that, for instance, I have encountered in my research, probably it is also related to yours. When manufacturing companies introduced somehow Industry 4.0 related technologies, they had to involve either IT firms or industrial automation firms to, you know, to make the machine talk to each other, or in general just basically to make the automation work, and it is usually a very expensive process, and again, often these companies fail to, to maintain their promises, about what they can actually do. About the last presentation, I think like to taking to the more technological side, of it. I was curious, so you mentioned that many people actually experienced an increase of workload, right, during the pandemic. Do we know if it was people working from home or people going to work? Because even before COVID, there has been a long-standing debate about remote work and digital technologies to monitor, to surveil workers. So either these technologies do counting the keystrokes on the computer, which actually often, again, they're not very accurate in measuring productivity, because if I'm thinking, I'm doing something very productive, but it is not measured in movement on my computer. So I was just curious if, like from your response, did you maybe grasp any idea that they maybe experienced an intensification of work due to technologies, or maybe not, or maybe they were of help? I don't know. But yes, I guess. I'm just thinking. No, maybe I can just.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you.
I don't know if you want to answer now some questions that were raised, or wait for some, because there were some questions for clarification. If you want just a few sentences in order to, or just to start.
If I want, but I can react very briefly, because I think that the human centrifugation is not about what labor research or unions think that is wishful, but because also the paper I presented, it comes from the core, from Industry 4.0, from the side, from the practitioners, from the hardcore side. And they have also the idea that it needs more participation, that means more upskilling, that means empowerment, and also that decentral decision-making is necessary. So maybe this was not at the beginning from Industry 4.0 at 2011, but I think over the years it becomes clearer what is the position of a human in the whole process. And also if the expectation at the beginning was, we don't need too much humans in the process, also a problem. Now they realize that it's not possible doing it without.
You mentioned the study of David Nobles about determinism, right, and the role of powerful actors. I'm not very familiar with that literature, but there's an observation that I can share is that it was a critic of determinism, right? It's a huge critic of determinism. From our point of observation about this specific technology and the adoption process of it, I think that probably David Noble will be happy about the end point of it, that the technology itself, it doesn't have an actual impact. And probably theoretically, we should even avoid to use the notion of technological impact, because what happened is much more complicated than the impact of something that comes from outside and get in a kind of a plug and play approach to technology. What actually we do know from many years or century actually, from historians mainly, is that the technology is available, something that is available, and then it enters the process and humans as a huge part of what actually happens into the thing. What the second consideration I can make is more about what happens. That the last consideration of Luca is that when you use a huge emphasis on the impactful effect of technology, you can also have some, I don't know the English for that. You use the word boomerang when the boomerang comes, backward. And what we have, what we are saying is that if you claim that everything will change because of the adoption of technology, you probably you're fooling resistance to change also, not just enthusiasm. In countries like Italy or Germany or France, in Europe, where the industrial texture is made mostly of small and medium-sized enterprises. I don't know, but when we talk with entrepreneurs and say that spend tons of money in turning machines and conventional technologies, and someone came up and saying that, you know what, the world is changing and there's a revolution going on, all the technology that you have, wasting money. We'll probably say,
Just panic.
I'm just panic. I'm not, getting into this huge things of Industry 4.0, and much like I don't want to hear about that. So for these two reasons, I really think that David Noble will be happy to hear about what is happening, that the human is usually is also the final responsible for what actually happens. Good things, bad things, maybe.
Okay, workload, good question. At first, we have that not all the works are workable from remote. So the answer is mixed. So not only the people that worked at home experienced a work an augmented workload, but the majority was people that work at home because they work without rules. This is the question. Without but many people works without a time scheduled, without an order, meeting at every hour. You stay at home without problem. So in this way, the workload was for obviously overall for the work that are workable from remote. Teacher, translators, and so on. People that work at home live the experience of an augment of workload. But the people that lived at the common workplace too. This is a mixed question for the COVID, obviously, but at the same time, because the other people, for example, the people of merchandise, of supermarkets, lived and improved for the use of a new kind of technology to buy supply of all kinds. So was it's a new question to recognize precisely where, who, and why experience this workload. But at this time, I can say this was a mixed experience, a majority experience for many people. But the worst was the mix of working day and workload. This is a very explosion of work at home, but not only at home, because for the reason that many people must stay at home, the people that work on the workplace experience the same experience of a mix of work time and workload. No, see if I...
Thank you. Thank you. Well, I have one question for each of the presentation, but I want to ask first who wants to make questions.
I would like to make one remark and two questions. For remark, it's a great pleasure for me. Your quotation of Brandt et al.
It's a good pleasure to meet you. To meet you is a very good pleasure for me.
It's a pity in the German discourse on labor sociology, no one very seldom refers to
In Italy too.
Fair concept has a lot to say for the current situation here. That's very important. That was great. Then two questions. First, concerning Industry 4.5.0. I agree fully with your interpretation. I'm involved in the German discourse. But you didn't answer the question, why did they create this term? They could have referred to Industry 4.0 to discuss the deficits and the bottlenecks, etc., and to develop further this concept. But what's the answer? It's competitive situation between policymakers on the several levels or so. And then I have another question concerning additive manufacturing. It was very convincing what you said, but you didn't mention one aspect which is currently not a right, but it is relatively intensively discussed in the German or in the regional sociology debate about the opportunities for relocation, for reorganization of manufacturing based on the technology of additive manufacturing. And I remember there is a recently published study concerning the development in Berlin, for instance. They argue, or they present findings, that we have there a tendency towards a relocation, coming back, so to say, of low technology and also high technology, small companies producing not only spare products and custom-made, but also small batches, etc., of certain products. Have you any experiences about these findings?
I can very well add on that. First question about the Industry 5.0.
Relocation, urbanization, spare parts.
I think back at 2011 and this whole the Hannover Messe, and you have all the industry actors and the associations proclaiming that Industry 4.0. Why is the EU adding on that and not finding its own term and strategy for whatever? So yeah, I'm very curious. And maybe if you want to say, I think the project sounds very fascinating. You mentioned that you're working with ThyssenKrupp and Airbus in Europe in that part. So maybe if you want to share a little bit on what you're planning to do in maybe 1 or 2 sentences. And then also for the additive manufacturing part. I also know that from the Berlin situation a little bit. So can you say a bit more about that industry structure, maybe also globally? Is it this reshoring dimension, or is it also something where you see? I know you focus on Italy, but is it also other certain countries that are developing a very strong industry in that field, and how that is? And I think you mentioned that you see like a power or like concentration in this sector. So are there like 2 or 3 global or national champions in that field who are like having a very strong technology developing there?
Can I also pose small questions to all of you? And then you can add to, because they are more or less related. Start with the Industry 5.0, which I found very interesting as well. So I would agree also about your questions. But in a way, the Industry 5.0 raised again the debate about human-centered systems that was from the 80s.
Sure.
Dealing with that, but you did present, at least here, very more clearly, is an issue that is now being focused for this new concept, is the design of technology to support the human integration in complex systems where further automation is envisaged. And this design of technology means, in a certain way, I would say for the other example of additive manufacturing, are we talking about these steps further and back related with the additive manufacturing as socially designed technology, that there are expectations related with some advertising and some economic aims related with technology developments. But these steps were also, we could assess this as a design, a new type of technology that could be designed in a different way that was not expected from the beginning. For example, mostly applied for a certain type of products, not to the wide application that was foreseen, but more specific. Even there were some studies about bio 3D printing of biological tissues, for example. And this was not so much designed. And the final one was about the COVID. You didn't present, but I don't know if you have data on that, on the impact of COVID-19 in industry, manufacturing industry, because the examples is working from home. No one at the manufacturing industry, except some occupations, could work from home, but as care work, for example, was not done from home. This condition of working from home does not apply to all activities or all occupations. And as we are focusing here on Industry 4.0, is more related with manufacturing, what happens at that time, and if there are different usage of technologies due to COVID-19 or not. Just a question to
Yes, the question why EU is creating 5.0. So it's good that the other presentations are not here, because I think we have a different opinion to this. Because also this is the project leader who is not here, and I think with this project he has to find an answer that it is a good idea. But I don't agree with this. Huh?
Because the EU funds.
Because the EU funds maybe, and this was what I also want to say. In my opinion, the human centrification is not new. And there's a lot of research, also practice, experience and all this. And now they come with this idea. I only could speculate, and I think that maybe that they look to all countries. And so they feel that there is a need that in some countries it's too technological driven. But I think one cannot say this for Germany. So, because what I mentioned, there was a strong influence of unions and there was a strong influence of labor research and all this. But for me, this would not be enough to come with Industry 5.0. And also, it's a little bit nervous that they also come with a new number, with a new version number. And so this also means that they are also a little bit unclear. They say, we want to be nothing new, we want deepening and widening and so on, but on the other way, they come with a new version number, which indicates a revolution. And as I said, I don't think that is a good idea. Also, they are mentioning Society 5.0 from Japan. It's now a little bit too big to come with this discussion, but I think this is ignored by many persons, that EU also mentions this, and this is not the main point from the paper. But this side aspect, I think it's very interesting, because it also could bring in other aspects than human centrification, which it's called old coffee. And okay, according the project, I'm very fresh in this project, but the idea is now to think about, to find a definition what is 5.0, and from this perspective, what means human centrification, or also another term is social centrification, and then looking on regional level, on national level, and on EU level, what kind of skills could be associated with this definition. And a third step would be then to set up learning trajectories, to teaching factories and learning factories to scale up the target groups, which were manager, employees, job seekers, and students. And also, the plan is at the end to have, also to produce together by research, but also by the enterprises, kind of 5.0 platform. And I would be very interesting how this would be connected with all the other platforms that are existing, where the unique position of this idea. But maybe in the next conference I can come with more. And your question, was it a question or a comment?
About the design of technology as a movement.
Yes, yes, okay. This is also about the design of technology, socially designed technology, but it's broader. It's about assistance technology. And I think it's not only about technology, it's also about management.
Shall I say? Well, I note just a few things. At the very beginning, the idea was that additive manufacturing was in direction of outsourcing. So I have an aircraft in Singapore with a broken component. I sent the file there, I print the spare part there, and then I use it. And I have the plane back in use in 24 hours instead of 3 days. But first, the logistic has become much more efficient thanks to digital in these 10 years. So the traditional solution has become more efficient. Second, the certification, of course, is a very tough issue, much more tough than we thought 10 years ago, because you started by certificating powders, the process, the transfer of the file, and so on. So it's very complicated. And also, just a few days ago, some of the people we interviewed set the point that you don't like to share the files if you have a property rights, intellectual property rights of your own. You don't like to send the file abroad to an. So, for instance, they are working with solution in which you use a remote printer without sharing the file, because this is a intellectual property issue. But, and from the point of view of the reshoring, on the contrary, much depends on the price you can get. The prices are going down, but up to now, not enough. There is this technology, they told us that it's called binder jetting, that is not so sophisticated from the additive manufacturing point of view, but much cheaper. But this poses much more complicated issues from the digital point of view, because you have to simulate what happens to your object after post-processing and sintering. So how the shape changes when you sinter this object. So you have to use powerful simulation tools to guess how the deformation is going to be in order to predict the good shape. But they say that this technology could be cheap enough in the future to enter automotive and to enable also some reshoring from cheap countries. You are perfectly right, additive manufacturing is not a universal technology. I think we are not going to see anybody who could say, I'm an expert in additive. No, you are an expert in aluminium, you are an expert in, they use, for instance, wood, powder of wood to make furnitures, so it's very specific. And concentration, of course, it's happening. We have seen also in Italy one big champion in service, they used to be too big and several are small. Now we have just one big in Italy. And we also have seen a vertical concentration. The producer of powders entered the equity of this new champion, because much of these small players had, during the COVID, so much debts to be paid back that the powder producer said, well, I entered the equity. So we have, in Italy, we have one big champion with a big participation by a multinational corporation who produces the powders for additive. So
and that goes on the stream of concentration rather than democratization of production. But anyway, it's true that data is mostly for Italy. So that experience that you were mentioning, both of you, about the Berlin area and the fact that additive manufacturing have a role in, this the new ventures that specialize on that technology, on those small enterprises you mentioned for the production of spare parts. That's interesting. Of course, we are very interested in studying that. Just one remark about your question about unexpected design. We have few case studies that are very interesting from that point of view. One of the technology, the main interesting technology for additive manufacturing is called EBM, electron beam melting. And one interesting story is about the production, the making of those acetabular cups, which are a component that is used for hip implants for second implants of hips, or in oncology, and when you actually need custom, okay? For the first implant, you don't need actually custom. You go like for pants, L, XL, M, S, like those size, they use the same. But when you need customs, for when you print the acetabular cup in using that specific technology, what happens, and you use titanium, right? What happens is that the bone, the titanium that is printed with EBM has a certain specific porosity that the bones grows on the implant, inside the implant, because it's acetabular, so there's hole in it, and the bones grows, and the doctors are very happy for that because it is stronger. Okay, the design for that was totally unexpected. That the story. They use turning for doing that, but when you turn it, it's sure how do you say that? Well, I don't know. It's not the porosity. There's no porosity. Okay, and then they realize, apparently by chance, that when you print it using that specific technology, plus the design is different. And that goes back to the main interesting thing from the creative part, that is think additive. You have to think in additive, think for that specific technology. I have another thing. Is there more time for that?
No. 3 minutes.
3 minutes.
To end the session.
Okay. COVID-19 industry, and well, I said the diffusion of new devices, about informatic devices. I don't know any specific. Our survey was not on it, but what we can say is that surely the presence at home of many informatic devices changed the relationship between producer and consumers. So in some way we have effect on producers in terms of scale of production, and in terms I hope we now I suppose are all very daily buyer online. We can buy something from Malaysia or other places that before we never used to do it. This changed market probably changed more or less the production in industries. Very rough reason. Thanks.
Thank you. Well, we reached the end of this session, and for sure we will meet again in other sessions, and most probably to raise more in-depth questions related also with your examples that were very enlightful for these questions. Thank you all, and thank you for one problem that is from the COVID was that the effort in terms of
discussion. You know, does it work? So I'd like you.
How do we? No, you can stay if you want. Just how do I get the full screen?
I think you do.
Control L.
Control.
Maybe.
Ah, perfect.
Here we go.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So, yeah, welcome to this last session for today. I think it's been already a great couple of hours here, and thanks for coming to listen to me. I was already introduced, so I can save time on that. The case study I will present today here is a result of a research project on the application of digital platforms in manufacturing that was funded by the Hans-Böckler Stiftung, which is a German trade union foundation, and which I conducted with my colleague Florian Butolo from 2020 to 2022. So what I will propose in this presentation is to add another dimension to the digital transformation of manufacturing that is distinct from that of an Industry 4.0. In our research on the application of digital platforms and digital technologies in manufacturing, we came across business models at first in the Chinese garment industry that did not fit the idea of a technology-centered Industry 4.0. But at the same time, these business models were significantly transforming their industry segments. So this was our point of departure for an investigation into the phenomenon, and led us to make the argument that the stylized, inherently technology deterministic narrative of an Industry 4.0 conveys a very one-sided notion of the ways in which digital technologies affect and interact with industrial organizations. The thesis of this contribution is that there is a lot of experimentation and variety in digitalization approaches in manufacturing, with Industry 4.0 being one of them, but not the only one. And that there are other approaches, of which one I want to present today that is more, it's not coming from the production side, not from the manufacturing side, but from the distribution side. This is what we call the distribution-centered or the factory network approach, and has its own implications for digital transformation and manufacturing and work. Yeah, now it's the next one. So to argue my point, here is a stylized description of the two types of digitalization of manufacturing that we observe. So on the left side, we have what we call the smart factory as imagined by the German Industry 4.0 narrative, at least the German one. I mean, other countries or regions might interpret it differently. This one wants to reconcile high volume manufacturing that offers high levels of productivity with the degree of production customization that consumers or customers want these days. So the idea is you have customers A, B, C, and D, and you give their orders into a smart factory that then produces these customized products. And on the other side, on the right side, you have what we call the factory network model. It takes a very different approach. Its core is a digital platform that allocates customer orders to suitable producers. In this model, customization is achieved through the flexibility of a network, not through the flexibility of an individual company. The matchmaking ability of that digital platform, so the matchmaking between customers and manufacturers, is the core of this business model. And this is why we termed it the distribution-centered approach towards a digital transformation of manufacturing. Even though you could say, even though the distribution-centered digital transformation is a very, as we think, understudied field, some authors make reference and give it theoretical importance. So just here some of them. You have Zsuzsanna Zubov's Age of Surveillance Capitalism. She sees the purpose of acquiring customer data in the optimization of distribution. You have Philipp Stab, who focuses on the establishment of digital platforms as a new form of privately appropriated marketplaces. And Sabine Pfeiffer, she makes the diagnosis that the current phase of the digital transformation is characterized through further development of the distributive forces. That means everything that happens in the communication process between companies and their customers. And you have also some first empirical studies of this development. So you have people working on digital platforms, as distribution platforms in logistics, in the prosthetics industry, and me and my colleague Florian Butolo for the Chinese garment industry, and now for the mechanical component industry, which is also the case study I want to present today. Yeah, thanks. So in the following, I will present this case study on the German mechanical component industry that gives us some insights into the specific effects the use of distribution-centered platforms have on global value chains. So on what upgrading this can mean for companies that use these platforms, how the platforms as new actors change the governance in these value chains, and how value is distributed. And we conducted, as an empirical basis, 35 interviews between 2020 and 2022, and a small online survey. Okay, but before I get into our observations and results, I want to shortly talk about what industry this is. It's a critical one for any manufacturing industry. But then it's one that is rarely discussed on its own. So to make it more tangible, let's take a car. A car consists of 10,000 to 40,000 pieces. A lot of them are standardized. You can source them on the market. Others need to be specifically designed and manufactured. And these components can be produced in-house with processing technologies such as laser cuttings, CNC milling and drilling, and now also 3D printing, or they can be outsourced to companies that have specialized in producing components according to customer designs. And these are mechanical component manufacturers. Characteristics of this industry are that it's usually small companies of up to 100 employees. They produce diverse products in low volumes, and the customer relationships are mostly regional or local. And here technological change plays a role in two ways. It has a limited role regarding production processes. There are some incremental improvements, but these companies often have not enough funding to buy cutting-edge production technologies. 3D printing as a new technology is an exception. And technological change has a strong role when it comes to indirect functions. So there are digital tools now used to improve the ordering process, to automate price calculations and quoting, and for feasibility testing of part design. So can that actually be produced what they want, what they have designed? So in this industry, distribution-centered platforms have emerged in the last years and have becoming more and more important actors. So it is platforms that you can upload your design of some component you want to have produced, and they will then for you find a producer in their network. This is pretty much the model. It is an expanding segment. I think the numbers of the biggest platform called Xometry from 2022 shows that clearly. It had a growth in turnover of 75% that year, and the years before that were the same, coming up to $381 million. It is still a small niche when you look globally, but one that is expanding fast, also because there's a lot of venture capital going into there, and these companies focus on fast expansion. What they do in the process of doing this matchmaking, giving this matchmaking service, allows them to acquire a lot of data on companies because they have to register all their information on what they can produce, what are their, to what prices, what are their delivery times, and at the same time, they get millions of part designs, and they can use these information to improve their business model and to add more and more functions. But at the same time, it's still a very fragmented market. We have found 64 platforms. And they use also, you could say, a varying level of technology. So you have some of them are using, have automated the whole quoting process and the ordering process with giving like instantly prices when you upload a design. Others work more with still just calling a manufacturer on the phone, so that there's a lot of variety. And we have, if you look at the geographical composition of these networks, you also see a variety of approaches. So some of them look at the proximity between customers and manufacturers. So customers often here in Europe and the US, so they would have clusters of manufacturers around them, and you have others that focus more on costs, so they produce more in China and Eastern Europe, and then there are some who try to focus on the global market. When it now comes, what does this actually mean for these manufacturers that work with these platforms? We can see quite clearly that manufacturers see as a benefit that it's easier for them to acquire new customers. It's usually something these small companies don't have a lot of capacity to do themselves. So this is one of the most important reasons. For many of them, even entering new markets, especially for those who are not here present in Western Europe and the US. When it comes to the question of functional upgrading or downgrading, we have there the fact that platforms take on a lot of functions that are costly for manufacturers. So platforms now do the whole communication with the customers. They do the quoting, they do the billing, they even check the designs for errors. But at the same time, this was also for some companies in the past something they could charge an extra fee on. So if they have a lot of knowledge on production technologies, and maybe they could kind of do a consulting on, okay, if you have this part, you could produce it in a different material that makes it cheaper, so they could add an extra fee on that. So this is because the platform is in between the manufacturer and the customer, not possible anymore because they don't have any direct connection. So when it comes to process upgrading, this is something where the platforms, they're not interested in the manufacturer's production processes. They just do the matchmaking, so they are not trying to improve the processes of the manufacturers or anything like this. So this is what Industry 4.0 would be focusing on. So they can keep producing how they always did. But you can still see what we saw from our survey, that they get a certain feedback from the platforms, and based on this feedback, they might invest in new equipment or try to optimize their processes. So looking at what does actually mean this platform now as a new actor in this industry. So I think the clearest and also potentially quite negative effect is that there's a lot of new transparency in the market. You have to imagine that there's this platform that now it absorbs so much information that was usually spread across these small regional networks of manufacturers and customers. This is now all going into the platform, and so they can now put a lot of pressure on companies. Say, okay, like in this, let's say in Asia, they only need 1 to 2 weeks to produce this. If you in Europe you want to be part of our network, you have to do the same. The same comes with prices. But what we don't see is a dependency on these platforms, at least not until now. So you have very few customers in our survey. It was only 14% that really produce more than 50% over these platforms of their revenue, while 52% of companies make only 10% of their revenue on the platform. So they use it more to use excess capacity, something they usually have a difficulty to really 100% use their capacities. What these platforms have is the ability to use the data they collect from manufacturers and customers to calculate something like a universal price, but also to build new add-on functions that extends their business model. And I have 1 minute to sum up. So from this, what I would like to sum up is that distribution-centered platforms should be given attention to when evaluating the digital transformation of manufacturing. They are a dynamically developing type of platform. From our research, much more dynamic than what we find on platform models that try to optimize production processes and use production process data. And the scope and potential of this trajectory is still quite unclear. It definitely has the logic of an e-commerce platform, so that's what we all know from an Amazon or something. So it has the potential to also, if there's one winner in the end, to develop a certain dynamic. But for now, this is a very dispersed field with a lot of different actors. Yeah.
Yes.
Maybe I leave it here.
Thank you very much. That's perfect. Okay, so you know how it works. So now we shift to the following presentation that is in my order. Luca Catani, Chiara Franco, Fabio Landini, and Sandro Montese. That's okay as an order?
Oh, okay.
That was the order I had in.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
it's fine. So it's. No, sorry, Marco Sforza and Aggiunta Ieri, sorry. Yeah. Drivers of digital transformation in Italian family firms, the role of managerial capabilities. So you are from the Roma 3 University, is that right?
That's right.
And Anna Giunta is also your co-author from Roma 3 University, and Roberto Gabriele is from University of Trento, is that right?
Right.
Okay, the floor is yours. Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, so thank you for the introduction. This is a joint work with Anna Giunta and Roberto Gabriele. We slightly changed the title of the presentation, but still it's the same. Digital Technologies and Managerial Capabilities, an empirical investigation of Italian family firms. So, in this work, we look to the possible complementarity between advanced digital technologies that are mainly Industry 4.0 technologies and professional management that we distinguish from family management in a sample of Italian family firms. And this is because in Italy, as you may know, we have an extensive diffusion of family firms, but also an extensive diffusion of family management, that is, management selected within the owner family. On the other side, we have also a low diffusion of digital technology and low productivity. So we focus on family firms and family management, and this is because an extensive literature highlights the pressures that some organizational choices may be subject to in case of there is a family management. So management that is selected within the owner family, and so this may affect the allocation criteria within the firm. There may be some problems in order to implement selection, conflicts between workers and the family management. On the other side, we know that there is an important role for complementary investments, mainly organizational changes, but also skills, human capital, the importance of training. But we focus on the organizational change, and since the management in general is in charge of the administration of the firm, management is the key role for shaping the firm's organization. So our idea is that family management may lack of managerial ability that is needed to understand the technological opportunities from new digital technologies. So this is our research hypothesis that we are going to test in this set of Italian family firms. So our idea is that there is a complementarity, so from the joint action of the new and non-family management, so professional management, that in our case is in general more educated, can be complementary to digital technologies, advanced digital technologies. So the returns from this joint action of new management and digital technologies are even higher than applying these factors in alone. So the organizational changes are needed to absorb these new digital technologies. So are needed new organizational changes to build the dynamic capabilities of the firm. So we explored this survey. This is a survey made by INAP on Italian firms. It's a longitudinal survey on firms and labor. It's a panel survey of about 5,000 Italian firms. They are mainly micro and small firms, so that accounts for about 90% in our sample. We have 3 years, 2011, 15 and 18. Is a quite rich survey about governance and management, but also labor market dynamics, mainly labor market dynamics, and also technological adoption. In the latest release, in 2018, they also surveyed the adoption of some digital technologies, such as IoT, augmented reality, advanced robots, use of big data. For each technology, we have a binary variable, if it was adopted or if it is not. So we look to the interaction between digital technologies and management, because we are interested in the joint action of these two factors to the possible complementarity. We aggregate the technology in 3 main variables, at least one digital technologies among the surveyed, the operational technologies, so at least one among advanced robots and augmented reality, that are technologies mainly related to the physical production process, let's say, and information technology, so at least one between IoT or big data. On the other side, we have professional management. To identify a sort of causal effect, we use the variable the change from family management to a professional one. As outcome variables, we look to firms' performance, so labor productivity, that is the log of turnover for employees. The turnover is the only performance variable we have, so we use turnover to proxy the value added. The productivity decile, that is the decile in which the decile of the distribution of labor productivity in which the firm lies. And a measure of sectoral competitive advantage. There is a ratio between the firm's performance and the average sectoral performance. We interpret this measure in the sense that if the ratio is higher than the unity, the firm outperforms the sectoral average value. Here is our identification strategy. So we consider it as treated firms, the firms that changed the management before the adoption of digital technology. So in the green area, we have firms that in 2011 were run by a family management and then changed to a professional management. This new professional management, through higher knowledge, higher skills, and also the experience, they are not tied to organizational choices made by the family, should improve the absorptive capacity of the firm and then possibly adopt technology. On the other side, we have family with the same kind of management that are used as controls. This is just to have a look to the idea. This is not causal, this graph, but still here we plot the distribution of firms' labor productivity. The blue line, these are the two opposite cases. The blue line didn't experience any change in management and did not adopt any technology. On the other side, the red line has new professional management, so the treated firms with at least one digital technology is adopted. So the idea is that this kind of complementarity may shift the distribution from the blue line to the red line.
This is our econometric analysis. Just a quick view to our main equation. We used to account. We have several problems of endogeneity, reverse causality, mainly due to the kind of management that may influence also the digital technology adoption. So we use a two-stage least square and a diff-in-diff, the first to account for the management change and the second to account for the possible endogeneity of technology. And we have also a quite rich set of controls, such as the employment structure, the export investments, and also some variables to account for the firm's absorptive capacity, such as investments in R&D, innovative activities, and so on. And then we conclude the elasticities to evaluate the joint impact of these two factors. The term in which we are interested is the blue one. So the interaction between the management change and the possible adoption of technology. Here are some results. Our sample is composed by, as I said before, about 5,000 Italian firms from all sectors except agriculture. We have a subsample of manufacturing firms that accounts for about half of the sample. Here the results are same elasticities. So is the percentage change on labor productivity due to the increase in the probability to have the change in management. And here we can see is a kind of cross-tabulation. So if the firm experiences just an increase in the propensity to have the change in management, in the full sample we have a 7% increase in the labor productivity if the firm doesn't adopt any technology. But if the firm jointly adopt at least one digital technology, the percentage increase is about 14%. The same trend we can see also on the other technological clusters. So we have a double effect for the joint adoption with respect to the case in which the firm doesn't adopt any technology. But with the manufacturing subsample, the results are even stronger, and in particular are driven by the information technologies. On the productivity side, we have quite the same pattern with even stronger results for manufacturing. And on the sectoral competitive advantage, here of course the scale is quite different because it is a ratio, so the firm on average performed around the unity. But still, the results for the joint action, so the column with the one, that is the increase in the propensity to have the change in management, with the joint adoption of at least one digital technologies or the other technologies, is above the unity, and is in this around 2% for the manufacturing subsample. Also in this case, the results are driven by the information digital technologies. So to conclude, we have seen that the joint adoption of a professional management that is untied from the organizational pressures of the families, plus the adoption of digital technology, boosts productivity of at least 14%, with a quite high heterogeneity of results, because we range from 14% for at least one digital technologies in the full sample to about 25% of increase on labor productivity for information digital technologies in manufacturing. And we have seen that the impact is twice the management change alone, so the column with the zero. The results are also consistent across different digital technologies. The results are stronger. This is a key result. The results are stronger for manufacturing firms, and here the results are driven by the information digital technology. So the use of the adoption of IoT or big data analytics, or both, of course. And this is the key result. So new managerial skills and organizational arrangements that are put in place by the new non-family management activate these positive effects of digital technologies, trigger, let's say, these positive impacts on firms' performance, in particular on labor productivity and on this kind of measure of sectoral advantage, competitive advantage. So there is a complementarity. This is also, these results are in line with the literature that views the managerial and organizational innovations as a key enabling factor for absorbing the new technology, in general for innovative activities, but also specifically to the adoption of some technology. And so this complementarity is the key element for upgrading the firm's capabilities and the absorptive capacity. We can also maybe sketch some policy implication. It is very difficult. We know that it is very difficult to act directly on the firm size. As we've seen before, 90% are micro and small firms. It is very difficult to act directly on the size or on the mechanism of management selection. It is possible maybe to incentivize the choice of an external professional management. Also in this case, of course, it's difficult to act. But on the other side, maybe we can use some in-kind incentives, such as a past experience in the Italian case for the temporary export manager to improve, to make a kind of technological transfer between some external providers of knowledge and the internal family manager that are on average less educated.
Thank you very much. You have 20 seconds margin. Very good. So now we shift to, sorry, I missed, to the second presentation, which has similarities to this first one, so they really talk on each other. So this is innovation and data analytics within firms, the role of high involvement organizational practices. So this is a collective work. Luca Cattani, Chiara Franco, they are both from the University of Pisa. Fabio Landini from the University of Parma, and Sandro Montresor from GCSS L'Aquila. Is that right?
Also Luca Cattani.
Ah, Luca Cattani.
Okay, thanks for the
floor is yours.
Yes. So in this joint paper, what we are going to do, in the focus of this paper, which is why I closed the previous one, is about the relationship. Yeah. So it's, I was saying, in this paper, which is quite close to the paper presented before, what we are going to do is to make a focus on the relationship between innovation and the data analytics by trying to understand what is the role of some organizational practices, so in which way they can help this relationship to unfold within the firm. So why we choose to study this topic? Because first of all, because we know that the rise of the Industry 4.0, the technology and its quite diffusion path, which is quite fast over in the last few years, is helping firms to give rise to many disruptive new business opportunities that especially are visible and in the impact on the value added and productivity. Less explored, especially from both from a theoretical but also from an empirical point of view, is, as I said, this relationship between the impact of this new wave of digital technologies and innovation activities of the firm, both with respect to the product and the process innovation. There is, I would say, some scant evidence with respect to the direct impact of data analytics on innovation, but there is no evidence about what are the inner mechanisms that help this relationship to become manifest within the firm. So we have chosen to focus especially on the so-called high involvement work arrangement. High involvement, I will talk about high involvement organizational practice, and I use these two terms as synonyms, that are all organizational practices that make firm more actively involved within the firm's strategic decision and operations, such as the frontline workers, and so on. So, the role of this kind of involvement, organizational practices, in helping data analytics to overcome some of the bottlenecks that may become evident when, from data analytics, or when information we want to pass to knowledge, which can be, I would say, usable for the firm to implement new processes, new products. So we are going to see what happens when we take into consideration these organizational practices. As we know, the literature about the innovation impact of this new wave of digital technology is quite fragmented, also because there are many different types of technologies. So we can talk about robotics, artificial intelligence. Instead, the study about data analytics that can as well contribute to the creation of new knowledge, also not only as a mediator that help the firm to pass from information to knowledge, but also as it can directly impact on innovation. This kind of analysis are quite limited to some case studies or to a sample of firms that with reference to just a few countries. So what we test from an empirical point of view, it is, as I said, how this relationship is moderated by or some kind of organizational practices with a sample of firm, which is quite relevant because they are European firms from the European Company Survey. So it's quite a large sample of firms and with a very rich data set. The drawback is that this data set is cross-section. So it's, we have tried to deal with endogeneity, so I will show you later in which way. But what we get are two kind of results. So first, we know we get to the result that DA so data analytics positively impact on innovation, so they help firms to innovate even directly, so regardless of the firm organizational arrangement, but also there is a positive association between data analytics and innovation, especially with respect to two kinds of organizational practices, and in particular, the fact that a worker has a certain degree of decision autonomy and it is affected by non-monetary incentives. So what are our two main research hypotheses? So we make two research hypotheses. So the first is that, as I said, it's a firm that uses data analytics to gather information with the idea of using this kind of technology to reveal hidden patterns within a mass of information that needs to be analyzed, that need to be processed, in order to help the firm to reach a decision-making process which is more smooth, which is more accurate, so which has a higher quality. So far, this impact has been found to be, I would say, positive, but only with respect, as I said, with respect to relative small sample of firms. And also, it's quite, the results are quite heterogeneous. In some kind, it is found that it can help product innovation. In other cases, it can help to pursue incremental process innovation. So it's not, the picture is not clear. So what we say is that even though we know that passing from information to knowledge is what the organizational practice may help in doing, we also make this hypothesis that when data are collected, so they are not, so that they are framed, they are used, they are processed, so they are not just, they cease to be just a sort of informational commodity. So they are usable in order to, as I said, to help managers to reach a better decision on how to, for example, organize the production process in order to get to an innovation outcome. So whenever a set of information is elaborated, it may turns into knowledge, and then it may help to develop new product and process. So while the second type of research hypotheses are grounded in the fact that in order to make this step from information to knowledge, there are three kinds of bottlenecks that data analytics may help to overcome. So the first is relative to the so-called cognitive overload. So it means that it's possible that the information that DA may help to collect are not, I would say, translating just a unique pattern. So it's difficult from a single person to decide what's the better option. Okay. So in the second case, that can also happen, and even when there is a unique knowledge patterns, when it is quite clear, it also has the need to be complemented by additional information, which is not easy to find within the firm. So it may be fragmented in different parts, let's say, in different organizational units. And in the third case, it may also happen that even if this information is not fragmented, it's possible to be access to it. I mean, it's not so easy to find it. It can be hidden within the organization. So it is why we focus on these three kind of organizational practices, so the team working, the autonomy, so the fact that the delegation of decision-making to lower layers of organization, for example, it may help to reduce this cognitive overload, which is not, on the shoulder just of just one person. The team working may help to exchange information because of a process of learning by interacting. So in this case, it's easier to make the information less fragmented, and also non-monetary incentives that may help to being individuals more motivated to share their information because of their sense of belonging to the firm, so their willingness spontaneously to share information. So the presence of teamwork, of decision autonomy, and non-monetary incentives within the firm may increase the impact, so it may help data analytics in making these steps from innovation, from information to knowledge, may help to build, let's say, this in this process. So what we use from an empirical point of view, we use the fourth wave of the European Company Survey, which is a data set. The complete data set is made up of 28 EU countries, but we delete 2 countries, Malta and Cyprus, because there's a very low number of observations. So in the end, our data set is of nearly 19,000 observations for 26 countries. So it is quite rich data set with many different questions on the management practices, the organizational design of the firm, with respect to the innovation, how the innovation process is carried out, with respect to demographic variables such as age and size of the firm, and so on. So as I said before, this is one of the drawbacks is that we do not have a panel data. So our dependent variables are the usual one that also in other works are used to measure innovation. So we have a dummy variable that takes the value 1 if it is declared, if the manager has declared to have introduced a product or a process innovation. So we do not make a difference between the two. We just consider them together. We also make a robustness check with respect to an innovation intensity, but I guess, so instead the data analytics, we exploit this survey on the question asking whether the establishment uses data analytics to improve the process of production and service delivery. Again, we have 3 potential answers, and we create a dummy variable taking the value 1 if the manager reports an increasing use of data analytics. And in order to build the organizational arrangement, we use a principal component analysis using many different questions about the control, the autonomy, hierarchy level, the problem solving, the presence of the teamwork, the fact that the team are quite autonomous when they work, questions about the mission of the firm, whether the employees are trained, and so on. And we just keep 3 factors, okay, that account for the 61% of the cumulative variance. So I go fast on the controls because are the usual one, the inputs of the knowledge production process, so if there are R&D activities, human capital, different dimensions of industrial relations, so the employee representation, if there is bargaining of sector and firm, the presence of the share of employees with a permanent contract or part-time contract. So further controls with respect to the internal characteristics of the firm, the external one, the structural characteristics, so are quite, I would say, standard controls that are used even in other papers. So the empirical analysis in the first model, we just test the direct impact of data analytics. So the first hypothesis is supported in the case that B1, this parameter, is significant and positive. Okay. Then to test the second hypothesis, we augment this benchmark model, including the interaction terms between the data analytics and the use of high involvement organizational practices. So these are the results. What we see is that in the first, we just include, in the first column, we just include the 3 variables without interacting them. So what we see is that first, the main motivation, the main results that I would like to stress is the fact that data analytics, as always, even in the other models, in the last column we use a probing model just to check whether the results are robust. The use of DA is associated at 30% increase in the probability of introducing product or process innovation. All the 3 organizational practices are positively related to innovation, so which is, of course, in line with the literature. But what we see in column 2, 3, and 4 is that just the interaction between data analytics and autonomy and the data analytics and non-monetary incentives are positive and significant. So it means that not all the 3 organizational practices may help the firm in turning information into knowledge and then into innovation. So we also made a robustness check with the innovation intensity. What we see is that in the first column there are just the coefficient, but then marginal effects that are with reference to the last column is with respect to the fact that the firm has introduced both product and process innovation. What we see is that the marginal effects are higher in the last column, and in any case, all our results that we've previously found are confirmed. The last point, just to tell you that we try to account for the endogeneity, and we use the propensity score matching for multiple treatment. What we do is that we use 2 treatments. The first is a dummy variable that takes the value 1 when the establishment has a score in the organizational factor that it is above the median, but considering the cell industry country, and 0 otherwise. And the other treatment is the data analytics dummy variable, as I described before. So in this way, we identify 4 mutually exclusive techno-organizational groups of establishment, and then we are able to see the difference between the average treatment effect between those firms that use a low level of data analytics and a high level of organizational practice, and the other way around. What we find is that the use of data analytics, again, is robust. The result is robust. And what we also find in this case is that all our high involvement organizational practices, including teamwork, so in this kind of empirical exercise, we find that also teamwork is significant. They seem to augment, to rise the innovative contribution of data analytics. So the conclusion, what we found is that the data analytics may offer a positive contribution to the innovation process, both directly, but also especially through the impact of the use of some specific organizational practices, especially the fact that a firm is able to leave some autonomy to its workers and with respect to non-monetary incentives. And I would like to point out that these results are quite interesting also because they are generalizable results across many different countries, unless all the other papers that have been produced so far about just small samples on some countries.
Thank you very much. And now we move to the final presentation. So, where is the chat program? Nope.
C'est en PDF, donc.
Okay, now I just get out from that. I made a mistake. Do you know the password? Oh my god. Yeah. I try the shortcut and it didn't work. Non-user of Windows computers. That might take some time. But you will have access to the same. Yeah. You will have access to the same data.
No, because I have no access to the things. They have created a dedicated.
No, but we can. Perhaps you can try to just have access to internet. Yes. Margherita, can you try to just log in with anything? Désolé. C'est ma faute. Tu auras ton temps. Yeah, it's all wasted. We can try another user and see if you have access.
I have password, but I don't know which user it is.
It's DMB.
Okay. I don't know how to manage it with the. You have to use another user. No.
No, but perhaps.
No, because the technicians were doing the same for both rooms. As it was simpler, but the technician don't know where it is.
Let's try.
Okay.
Great.
And how do I get the full screen of that? So I don't.
Control A.
Yeah, what I did.
Yeah, maybe.
There was some. Okay.
Okay.
You still have 15 minutes.
Okay. So first, thank you to the organizer of this day of presentation and discussion on a very interesting topic. And thank you for giving me the opportunity to present on this panel about new tech, organizational change and business model. This is the first time since the start of my PhD that I am presenting a working hypothesis at a conference. So to present my PhD, I'm working on timesheets, and there are incidents on both work and workers. And I hope that my delivery will be clear enough, despite my very French English, and that my presentation will interest you. So the hypothesis I want to defend here and delve into my work is that logistics has also extended to categories such as executive, especially consulting sectors, and industry 4.0, and the significant use of data and cloud facilitate this. So logistics, first of all, as a course transform global production chains. It has altered also the relations between states and changed the work itself. And we are today in the phase of logistics with strong flexibility and constant monitoring. So for this presentation, I'm only going to focus on the theoretical frame, and I have data I put on my communication on the ConfTool platform, and maybe in the discussion we could discuss about the data. So data set of publication about timesheet I collected on the Reddit website, and also interviews. So in introduction, it appears that the adoption of new techniques and their deployment have impacts on business model and the functioning of organization. The selection of certain technologies or technique over others is not merely a matter of keeping up with technological progress in the sense of a linear chronology where technology imposes itself on work and workers. It is also and mostly a matter of organizational choices based on strong political assumption and economic objective, and the idea is that those techniques which are imported from logistics and also the innovation linked to Industry 4.0 are deployed in the consulting sector in order to optimize the functioning of the profession. So among the organizational changes that affect professions that can be classified as executive, a number of them correspond to a desire to streamline the functioning of the organization in order to make production more efficient and also to reduce costs. These developments are legitimized by professional discourse in business school, for example, or management training, and are based on technical innovations. I took an article written by Tommaso PARDI, who illustrates how the commercialization of academic research in the United States allows for a managerial trend to institutionalize itself, particularly by examining the conditions that have enabled this institutionalization. And he takes the example of the lean production practices, which was imposed by a personality in fringe of the academic world, for example, consultant and journalist. And the hypothesis is that, for example, for timesheets and the incorporations of those techniques, it has links with consulting sectors and also what is taught in business school or school where management is taught. So this presentation will focus on the link between Industry 4.0, logistics, and also lean management as a concrete traduction of what happens to the inner organization when the new techniques are imported. So about Industry 4.0, I'm going to go fast on this part, but it posits a new industrial revolution based on the adoption of cutting-edge technologies to produce in an extremely individual and flexible manner. So I quote Kohler and Weiss, it corresponds to a strategy for defending German industrial leadership coupled with a strategy for conquering new markets. This categorization can also be questioned because it also corresponds to a constriction, to a vision that corresponds to specific economic objectives. So with what I just quoted, maintaining the German industry in a context of increased global competition. And in order to make concrete this idea of Industry 4.0, so it corresponds to technologies such as IoT, advanced robotics, augmented reality, or artificial intelligence and data analysis. And it's interesting to notice that, for example, for artificial intelligence and also data analysis, it also corresponds to reality today in the activity of the consulting sectors. So I'm going to, the idea for the consulting sector is that the importation of those techniques have impact on both workers and work, and for workers it has an impact on their professional identity and also professional practices. And the hypothesis I formulate in my PhD, not now, and what I observe, for example, in the interviews I make with consultants, is that those techniques contribute, especially through the example of timesheet, to the degradation of their work, as Harry Braverman defined it. So the idea of revolution can be nuanced, because I put here the chronology of the industrial revolution, and I'm going to nuance this idea of Industry 4.0 as a revolution. and try to deconstruct this idea of Industry 4.0 as industrial revolution. So if we take a step back, some authors, such as Alfred Chandler, so long years ago, have managed to put in an approach which remains dominant, even if questioned, for example, in management or business school, which makes technical or technical institutional determinism the dominant way to conceive the evolution of techniques. When I say this, I'm referring to French sociologist with Le Texier. But since the 70s and 80s, some authors try to balance this idea of technical linear evolution. According to me, so two authors that are historians and really interesting about this dimension are Zeitlin and Sabel, and they invite us to get rid of a kind of teleological discourse concerning the imposition of certain technique at the expense of other, saying that if a technique is imposing itself, it's not because of linear technological progress, but it's a matter of economical and social choices. And this can be linked to the idea to look at, for example, in what concerns us now, look at the managerial rationality as a governmental rationality. So I'm going to go to the idea of logistic and try to create links between logistic industry 4.0 and lean management. So for logistic and industry 4.0, the idea is that in the consulting firm, it relies on some similar techniques and devices. So to define logistics, I took the definition of geograph, which is Charmaine Chua. She says that logistics refers to the expansion of distribution efficiency logics into the space and activities of everyday life. According to her, it's not just a just-in-time approach. It's more than, for example, what Amazon is doing. So logistics isn't limited to the distribution of goods. It can be extended to aspects of the working world that have nothing to do with logistics. And when we put this idea, we can envisage it as a broader evolution of organizational methods under the influence for the consulting sector of lean management. For lean management, it involves a focus on the human aspect and improving performance by removing anything that doesn't add value for the customer. So it's the idea defended by Lyonnais. And what is interesting, and I think it allows us to make link with Industry 4.0, is that lean management comes from the automotive industry. And the rise of digital access has made it more accessible and easier also to apply to other sectors. So now, if I try to draw some relation between lean management and Industry 4.0 in a more maybe strategic and organizational perspective, there is first a dimension of complementarity, because Industry 4.0 can provide to organizations some new technological tools to support lean management. For example, the use of IoT or real-time data collection to analyze and optimize production process. The idea of improvement of efficiency is to say that Industry 4.0 offers increased automation opportunities in order to reduce all the operations that are useful or too long in a perspective of efficiency, and also the idea of flexibility and responsiveness with the idea that Industry 4.0 allows for greater production flexibility that can be aligned with lean management principle. In summary, lean management and Industry 4.0 share a common goal of improving industrial performance, and by combining them, companies can benefit from lean operational efficiency and the digital capabilities of Industry 4.0, can create more agile and efficient production environments. Yeah, I just wanted to present the timesheet, but I think you know what it corresponds to. And it's more and more used today in the consulting sector. And if we just take a look at the literature, it's interesting to note that, for example, sociologists or authors in organization theory have a kind of critical discourse about it. For example, I quote two French authors. I don't find the quotation, but they say that the imperative to fill in timesheets to report half a day by half a day or even hour by hour increases the weight of constraint and the feeling of lack of freedom. And timesheet corresponds to aggregated data. If we look at timesheets, this transformation affects the employee and it has consequences. I observed it, for example, in the interviews I made. It increased the feeling of control. Some of my the people I interviewed are talking about copage, for example, and it has so strong consequences on workers. About the idea also of the link between logistics and those techniques, I quote a sociologist, who is Mathieu Couquier. He put the hypothesis that the thinking and tools that underlie logistics have become an essential mode of organization in contemporary societies, which is kind of an invitation to look at the link between logistics and other sectors. So I'm going to go to my conclusion. With other example of literature, but I think their examples are very linked to the French case in the context of the consulting sector. But it appears, according to me, and it's an hypothesis that we can discuss, that some devices fit on organizational environment and special techniques in management that are currently fashionable and deployed in consulting world. They combine, for example, so timesheet or dashboard dimension from logistic, which allows us to give a new dimension to logistic, and also Industry 4.0, which appears to be a special use of new devices in order to be, for example, in the case of consulting sector, more competitive. And it's more about competition than a revolution in the case of consulting sector. And I'm going to conclude it here.
Thank you very much. Thank you to all the speakers who have kept their time, made my work better and easier. So now is the time for our discussant. Do you want to come over here and leave my place? No, you want to stay there? Okay, so you speak directly. Decide quickly.
You
stay there? Okay. So you have no choice. Here you go.
We can do this.
No, come here.
No. Because it's just a few comments, a few ideas on these presentations. Well, I can start from the first one and then follow the chronological presentations. First one from Lea Schneidernes and Florian Tolu. For me, it was interesting to introduce this new model, so to say, of organization of Industry 4.0, more focused on digital platforms. But here, the examples that you provided were mostly related with these small-sized companies more focused on very specific type of products. And in a certain way, I was with a doubt at the end, thinking that if it is really a new model of organization of companies, very specialized in a certain type of services, or if they become an externalization of a business function, so to say, externalized from those larger Industry 4.0 companies. This means that the focus is almost only, as far as understood from your outcomes, very focused on the cost and the value management. And they were, it seems, consultancy companies that were able to fix prices and the value of products or services. And you said that they were not as Amazon companies, but we could understand that this business function of cost and value management could be organized as a mechanical Turk with digital platform workers that are spread at a global level, and then they could contribute with a very partial input with their expertise just to find around certain algorithms or very defined components, the elements for these costs or value of the products or services of these companies. Then I don't know if there will be a transition or a trend for transformation of Industry 4.0 companies towards this kind of main function, management function, or if it is just an externalization of a certain business function, which I found more in this way, but well, perhaps could explain better. Yeah, then the next presentation from Microsoft, it was also very interesting with these two elements of family firms and professional management. And at the end, I was with, or perhaps I didn't understand very well, but it would be very interesting to understand if a company, most probably with management, professional management, but could be also family management procedure, but with at least one digital technology, how far it would be different if this digital technology from operational technology towards information technology, or the other one, the information technology, towards to increase to operational technology, would increase the productivity and or the competitivity. For an example, a small-sized company with investments from the last decades on robots, could be a family-owned company, but with robots, then they choose to, they maintain as a family company, but they choose to develop their digital analytics, and this would be a contribution to improve the productivity and or the competitivity. Or the other way around, for example, a company with computerization and this data analytics, and then they even buy more recently robots and other operational technologies, also would better increase the productivity and competitivity or less? What could be the factor that would be more important? The type of digital technology or the form of management? Would be, because you didn't make this kind of analysis of the results. The third from Chiara Franco. You presented quite well. It was very interesting, the hypothesis and then the verification of those two hypotheses. But you could say, for example, these participative organizations, of course, they would better develop themselves into improved use of digital analytics, and this could be a contribution for innovation processes. But the process of participation of workers that was in the beginning of your introduction as workers' involvement could be a facilitation for innovation. Is not directly understood, is indirectly. It's an assumption. I would agree with your assumption and hope that it works, but it does not come from the data analysis that you have presented. But I would like to have your input on this. Finally, from Marion, well, it was sometimes confusing, especially, and this would be interesting to understand, confusing the sense that you sometimes mention some statements that surprised me. For example, saying, well, using Lyonnais as input. I don't know if he said that, but that lean management would be is, as a definition, has a focus on the human aspect, for example. And usually it's the other way around. Is the lean management, of course, has a focus on the human aspect, but consider human aspect as a cost that should be decreased to improve the value of their products and services. And, well, it's a controversial topic. I don't know how it comes in this discussion of your thesis, especially the methodology. Then it seemed to me, if I understood, that you focused more on the consultancy discourse about lean manufacturing and Industry 4.0. Is this true? And how did you, well, what was your methodology, empirical verification of these outcomes? It was not very clear, or perhaps can be an opportunity for you to explain better this. Thank you all for this very insightful inputs. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Antonio.
First of all, I would like to stress a positive fact that the key analytical framework of this conference is well represented in this contribution, because all this contribution says that there is not a path of self-sufficient of technology. You have, in any case, to organize technology in order to make possible for the technology to function. And this is, seems to me, a very, very positive note. The second is that this different contribution make evident that the technology will be utilized according to political and cultural choices, but also depending on the different sectors, dimension, firm dimension, business model, and so on. So you have a different kind of experience depending on this. And so it means that we need in our research, also in the future, to be very, very focused. So we need to make analysis based on very specific and clear defined sectors. Not the idea to have an average understanding of the situation is something that is not useful. Is not useful at all. And making some comment, more than comment, my questions. First of all, the problem of platform. I agree that you did some observation. I agree on this, but I can see the possibility of this kind of experience in some sectors. What I'm asking is that in some part of your presentation you say that what is specific of this model is the fact that the firm participating to this model, they are not obliged to make some kind of technological upgrading. And this, okay, I can understand that this is a possibility. But you say more, you say that when you are organizing this system, the way of working and the way of organizing the work will not necessarily change. I have some doubt on this. So because platform means digital platform. Digital platform means that you need to have some circular feedback mediated by workers. And this circular feedback mediated by workers means, according to my opinion, changing the way in which you are working. So I think that this can be a different way of organizing a supply chain, but this will imply, in any case, a kind of transformation. Not the transformation related to a big investment in equipment, but you have, in any case, to go in the direction of some process of digitalization. It seems to me because it's the interface that it is changing. So this, my comment is also a question. As to data analytics, I think that is a very well defined scheme what you presented. What I'm in doubt is if you can use the term innovation. So I'm very convinced that what you are describing is the possibility to transform data in knowledge. So it means that there will be a positive effect on inside the firm. This positive effect is an effect related to the level of productivity, the efficiency. I'm convinced that this is a possibility. It's very likely a possibility. But you can define this innovation. So we need to define what innovation is about. I think that this kind of connection is still, for me, not so clear. I'm convinced of the process, but I'm not convinced on this. As to the situation of the family and business, I think what Antonio already said. I'm convinced that the idea to implement in organizational innovation is the only way to make effective the utilization of technology. To do this, you need a specific competence. This is clear. To have all the kind of consequences you are describing, I'm more in that. Last question, the question of Marion. I'm very convinced of what she said. So, because I think that one way to deconstruct the idea of technology as self-sufficiency is also to make evident that there is some kind of a carryover process, also in the process of change. The process of change, we are very, it's very easy to say is totally breakdown, is totally is a change. I think that in all kind of process of innovation, there is something that is a breakdown, but there is also a carryover process. And the carryover process is the process of the previous experience. And I think that it is useful to quote logistic, and also I think that what she said on the lean production was referring to the fact that the lean production scheme is still not a technocratic scheme. It's a scheme based on people. In this meaning, is different from a totally technocratic. Anyway, this is a matter. What I'm asking, and I think that it is true that we are now in the process of a new process of proletarization. So the number of people that we can define as proletarian in the old meaning is broad for the reason she was describing. What I think maybe in this process of carryover, you cannot say that the timesheet is the same, because the basic idea of the timesheet was an ex post process. We are now in a situation in which the control is, of course there was a control also before, but the control was a control ex post. Now you are on time control. So I think that the carryover process is not only a carryover process, there is also a breakdown in the process. This is my comment. Thank you very much.
Okay, so it's 6 o'clock, so we have still 15 minutes in theory, which leaves some time also to open so that others can ask questions. And then we go back in the end for a final reply in which you try to sum up. And then, of course, there will be time for more discussion after the end of the session. And ask Margherita, if we move beyond the 15 minutes, it's okay.
It doesn't.
So if you want to stay, we can also discuss a little bit more. I will not close completely the session at 6:15. So I see a question down there, Margherita there. So there, I'll say, sorry, there. You? Yes, you want to ask a question? No, not you. Just down there? Okay. And Margherita, okay, please.
Thanks for all the comments. And I have maybe a couple of questions or maybe constructive.
Do we need to...
I think that he needs to use the microphone.
Do we have a micro that moves?
No, the point is that there is no recording otherwise. I think that this can be used.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I only really have a question or comment for Marion. because I look at some similar things, and I think it's really important work. I was just wondering if you'd, how central is it to your PhD or your argument, this sort of periodization in terms of technological revolution? So I think, I mean, not to give too much away, but I talk about this in my talk, and I sort of agree. I think we're in some sort of techno-economic or maybe industrial sort of revolution, and it's important, I think, to acknowledge and periodize that. But the framework that's used is, I've not seen a framework that works very well, because you have, of course, like the regulation school, like Aglietta and like Robert Boyer and Saliard. But then you also have the neo-Schumpeterians, like Chris Freeman and Luca and Carlota Perez. Most of this is like Anglophone. I'm not sure how much of it is in the French context, but there's a couple of papers that might be useful. There's one by Berdrosic and Paul Adler on the evolution of management models that sort of follows this neo-Schumpeterian periodization. And there's another one by Mathieu Montalban in the Cambridge Journal of Economics that talks about platform economy as a sort of new regulationist form of capitalism. And I think if you take some of the like ideas that you're putting forward in terms of like just in time and the diffusion of these management models to the professional class and hence proletarianization, I think it might be useful to look at it in terms of, you know, contrasting to previous eras, you know, like post-Fordism or something like this. But yeah, other than that, I guess it's more of a comment than a question, but also feel free to respond.
Okay. Margherita, can you receive the microphone?
Thank you. I have two questions and one comment. In the sense that a question that is a curiosity for Lea. You were speaking about the platforms, and I was missing the description of the platforms, and I was wondering to which extent they have a regional, national scope, because we had experiences in Italy, for example, Lombardy region was very involved in creating platform to support SMEs in their announcement of innovation. And, well, their scope was not based on Lombardy region, but was largely based on that region, which is one of the most important in the country. So it was very dense and rich of different competencies. So I would be pleased to know which kind of platform, which is the business model of the platform, I would say. And a question specific to Chiara, because you were using a principal component analysis and you selected the first factors, accounting a lot for 61% of variability. I was wondering in which way you interpreted the three factors, if you have done it, because this informs the kind of results that you obtain. And the comment, I was absolutely fascinated by the policy implication emerging from your research, which is, I would say, the background of my training, because working in an area of SMEs, a typical issue is how can you upgrade the possibilities of these group of companies to become greater and greater proactive with new technologies. And I remember that in the 80s there was an incredible contribution by Sebastiano Brusco, who was saying we have to think strongly and focusing on enhancing the skills of the entrepreneurs, since they are the managers of their company. So when you mention that this becomes a critical issue not only for temporary management, that is a solution. You can pay companies And Tuscany region had a lot of incentives in providing funds for companies for temporary export managers. That was a very fancy way of supporting companies. But you need to have also longer term policies involving entrepreneurs, small entrepreneurs, to pass of retraining and reshaping their imaginary. And that brings us to the beginning of our opening session, in which that was at the core, to some extent. I don't know if you were able to capture the idea of the regional administration here in this region. They are trying to catch up the idea that the older generation of entrepreneurs, to some extent, must be supported to cope with the changes. And this always occurs since the 80s. That was typically the problem with SMEs, and it is nowadays still a problem that we have to address. Thank you.
Okay. Are there more questions? Ah, yeah, so I was right, I saw you.
Yeah, you're right.
I was a little confused.
I was not the first, but you were right. Yeah, thank you very much for your presentation. And yeah, not very original, but Chiara, it was very nice. I liked a lot your presentation. While you were talking about innovation, I was thinking about productivity. And I'm not original in this sense, I guess. But this was I was thinking, and actually focusing on productivity would help you more, maybe discuss with the existing literature on the adoption of Industry 4.0 technology, which is very much focused on productivity and how these technologies can enhance productivity. I was wondering, yeah, it would be nice to have some heterogeneity analysis. We have talked about heterogeneity a lot this morning, and since you have a huge data set, you could consider, I guess, to run some, to identify specific subgroups of firms for which maybe you could find different results and create an even nicer story. It's already very nice. Yeah, I liked it a lot. Lea, me too, I'm very curious about these platforms. And in particular, my question comes from my ignorance of these platforms in the case of the automotive sector. So I was wondering why you told that they really are not monopolizing the market. So they do not have this big market power. And I was wondering why. I mean, this is my simple mind that put together these digital platform dealing with components, and why do they? What's the main obstacle? Are they really working for the client? Are they, I don't know, customizing? This was my question. And Marco, along the line of Margherita, this is a very big question. What do you think? Would you get the same type of result if you would consider workers' training, as suggested by Margherita? Because the most recent frameworks supporting Industry 4.0, at least in Italy, they are combining incentives to renew technologies with incentives for workers' training. So that's why. Thank you very much.
Okay, can I add a couple of questions as a chair? Okay. So, for the two really more economic and economist articles and presentations that I read and I listened to, I am a sociologist, so my comments are completely out of context. But I was wondering, both of you suggest that it might be reverse causality. And if I got it right, is that might be the case, that what you are considered as a cause of improved productivity or more innovation can actually be an effect. So in the sense that companies that have more productivity or have more innovation, they actually also have more data analytics, and they actually do have perhaps more managers. And so that you say that you were controlling for that, but I couldn't really understand because you used these technical arguments, which are the economic equation to control that. And I didn't really understand how this control worked, because my feeling is that in both data sets, the bigger the firm, more chances that they are positive correlations. And that suggested to me that perhaps what was just suggested, that breaking down the heterogeneity of your sample might give stronger evidence that what you actually seen as an average does not correspond to the fact that, for example, in your sample, when you say I have 6% of firms that shift from family-owned to managerial, why do they shift? Because if they shift because they've been bought by an investment fund or because they become bigger, then of course the chances that are become later on more productive is linked to the cause of this shift and not on the fact that they have become managerial. Because so I suggest, and also in the case of data analytics, I was thinking, okay, if you are a company that are innovative, you must have data analytics, and you often must have also high involvement practices, because these are like things that you must have as a company of this type. So how do you control? So perhaps if you make a sample in which you have companies that have these characteristics, and you find out that those who really so you have big firms that have innovation, and so I was asking that, how do you control this? Because I had the feeling that in the papers it wasn't clear to me how do you control this risk of inverse causality. And to Marian, I really like your paper, and of course not all that is in the presentation. And one question that emerged to me is that you're concerned with management, and basically you say management are now becoming treated as blue-collar workers. Is that what is happening with the digitalization? The same techniques that we're using Lean to make workers with the discourse of team management and whatever, but actually to make it even more tailored than before, now is applied to managerial groups. And what I find interesting that you find a definition of what is a cadre in France. France is a specific category. You have the cadre, which is the manager, and in the institutional definition there is a key word which is autonomy. And a cadre is a person who has autonomy in what he does. And it seems to me that is a key element, which is the proletarization is really about the cadre losing this autonomy, becoming involved in things in which they're less and less autonomous, because they're controlled by this technology. And one key question to me is why? Why companies are doing that? Because the traditional Braverman Marxist view of these is that workers were enemies. So companies were trying to control them, and there were reasons to do it. There were trade unions, there were socialist movements, and whatever. But the cadre, they're living for the company, and most of the time when you interview them, they say, why they're doing this to me? The only thing I want to do is to contribute to the value add of the company. So for me, a key question that is still in the debate, not very clear, and I wonder if your PhD could provide some answer, is why do the company do that to the most faithful workers, those that actually represent the core of the company? Why they treat them more like blue collars? So that would be my question to you. And for the platform, I will discuss with you later because that would be too long. Are there other questions? Because you want to add a final comment?
Just comment on the family. If you look at the family structures, the knowledge was passed objectively, formal knowledge, as well as something which was part of culture, just passed. And family companies prospered, passed on. Suddenly you have the idea of professionalization, which is only objective knowledge. So how do you cope with that knowledge, with the cultural knowledge, social knowledge, which is lost? At the end, the professional managers or professional skills, they may just say, it's not profitable. We give up. So you lose the company which used to provide work, no longer is feasible. So question arises in a cultural context. Are we moving towards this idea of professionalization? in the hope of innovation. What innovation? For what purpose? And that is my sort of, idea of that, at what stage we will go back, say, oh, we made a mistake. There are young people unemployed, everybody is employed, they don't want to work in Italy. Why? So that's my comment on the Marian. I was fascinated by, a young PhD scholar presenting the work for the first time. I was very interested that what was your inspiration to do your PhD, to start your PhD, and what process you went, and did you achieve your aspirations at the end, or you are still in the process of finding out that these are.
So please, in the orders perhaps of the presentation, so that would make easy to know who speaks.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, thanks a lot for the comments and questions. I try to sum up a bit and answer as much as possible of it. So I think what I would like to highlight is that I see this distribution-centered approach as it definitely has its limits, but it is a more pragmatic approach for a certain type of company that has, for example, not the capital to invest in something like Industry 4.0. So where we saw it the first time was the garment industry in China that produces for e-commerce companies, and these companies, they definitely don't have any funds to invest into something else. So there is a platform that at least gives them a digital channel to participate in a new market, which is an online marketplace. So I think this is a main difference I would see, and I think and there are also, if you talk to people who are in that field, there are visions towards like backward integration into manufacturing from this distribution side. So I have a lot of distribution side data, and then it is about, okay, now people have to input their information in the company, but what is if we can later on maybe update this manufacturing equipment and it is IoT based, and I can then actually get the data directly from the machine. So this is all a vision, but it's just this, I see it as its own approach towards a digitalization in manufacturing, where it's going, I think, is a big question mark. So, but it's just coming from the distribution side as a main point, yeah, you were raising the question whether they are really just a consultancy. They're taking on this consultancy function, and I would say this is where they started from, and I think that was very successful because they really solve an issue in the industry. That is, I have a new product, I have a new prototype, I need a certain component which I never needed before because I want to also experiment with it, and then I put a whole team of people in procurement to now find me someone, or do I just upload it on this platform and tell them find me someone because they already have them? So I think this is where they started from, but now they have really they collect immense amounts of data. They train algorithms on matching prices with product features, and they also they can draw a lot of manufacturing knowledge from these drawings, and the other data they collect. So I think it is a very data-driven model, and they are very keen on doing more with it. So I think there will be an expansion in functions what they are doing. And I think the question of Mechanical Turk, I think it's different because these manufacturers they have a lot of production knowledge. And they are not, you don't find them anywhere, especially right now. So I think the platforms, they're very aware of, keeping a good relationship with their manufacturers, because they know they will also just go to different platforms. So I think there's much more appreciation than what you find with something like a gig work platform. Changes in work. I think if you look at the very micro level, someone has to input things into this platform. You definitely see that. But when we talked and interviewed these people, for like the manufacturing side, which is for, if you try the comparison between Industry 4.0 and this Industry 4.0, the changing work is also an important, manufacturing work is an important element, which here is just not really the biggest case in the mechanical component industry, because it's already very automated process. It's CNC milling and drilling and laser cutting. It's machines doing that. You then collect the parts from it, so there's nothing changing so much in it. I think what is changing in the work situation is more that if there's more pressure on prices and lead times, this definitely does something to working conditions and employees, salaries and things like that. So, I see the point a little bit, but maybe that much. And to your question, so I think from the business model of the scope, so it's these platforms are mostly located in their customer markets, mostly in Germany for Europe and in the US as well. And then the manufacturers are everywhere. Like we have some platforms, like one of them, they have most of the manufacturers in China. Some of them have them more local. So they're really different structures. And I think the question of why is there no monopolization dynamic, I think it's a very young industry. And it could happen, but it's I think not so clear yet. It's also a lot of companies trying it out with prototypes, very small, smaller orders, and I think then it's also the question of where does it make sense for me as a company to go to such a platform, and where do I really need a reliable supplier for a component which I need millions and millions of times a year. Then I would not want to go through a platform, I guess. So I think there are certain segments where it makes sense, and then some. So it's kind of the make or buy or find a supplier kind of decision. This would be my answer. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. So first of all, thank you for the comments and questions also. First of all, I want to be clear on something that maybe I skipped in the presentation. The firms in the sample are always family firms, so they does not change the ownership, but only the management. So we are talking about the same firms that they are not bought by other firms or funds or whatever. So the strategic decisions are always done by the owner family and not by the management. The owner family still remain the owner of the firm. What changes is only the management. So maybe this reply to some concerns about the change. Another thing that I want to stress is that we control for past adoption of technology. So we take into account that in the previous year the firms eventually adopted the other kind of machinery, ICT investments in general, R&D. So we try to take into account these factors. For the policy implication, of course, it is not so easy to think about something, how to intervene in this case. Workers' training, of course, is fundamental. Maybe something of this is effective in the case, also in the policies that were implemented in Italy. We don't know yet about the effect of the temporary export manager, but is something similar, but the training in this case is for the management. About the reverse causality, of course we know that the literature highlights that a new management, a new kind of management, specific management may have a positive effects. Of course, it's also right, also the opposite, because in the case that the firm's growth in terms of productivity or size they may need change. They may need to change the management. So what we have done is to evaluate a kind of propensity to experience this change that is not the variable that we observed in the survey. So we try to make this factor exogenous with respect to the real reply by the firm. I think that's all. Maybe some. No, well,
okay, thank you very much. No, you were very clear.
Okay, so thanks for comments, for questions. So with respect to the first question, yes, we do not directly test the participation of workers. Actually, it's true what you are saying. I would say that workers are considered in our framework as, I would say, as mobilizers of pieces of information within the firm. So they pick up pieces of information from different parts of the firm, and they help to put information together, and then in this way information can be shared, can be recombined, reused in different ways. So this is, I would say, this kind of idea about what workers do within the firms also help us to frame our idea of relationship between data analytics and innovation, because innovation is, we consider, I mean, both kind of innovation, both the process and the product, but in any case, data analytics may help the firm to take more accurate kind of decisions. It may help the firms to make these decisions more efficiently. So it may help the production process. So if the production process is improved, it may also happen that it can translate into product innovation. And I know that there is quite relevant literature about the relationship between data analytics and productivity. And we think that innovation, I would say, is the step before, because there can be a relationship between innovation and productivity, which is tested in some cases. In some cases, it is just assumed without considering the steps to pass from innovation to productivity. So this is why we decided to focus on the step before, I would say, productivity. So with respect to the reverse causality, it's true that there can be factors, unobservable factors that may impact both on data analytics and organizational practice. This is why we used propensity score matching, which is built using two treatments. So our idea, the idea of the propensity score matching, is that of comparing what happens in firms that use DA intensively and may use or do not use a high level of organizational practices and a low level of organizational practices. So in this way, we are able to see what is the difference between these groups of firms. So it's a way to compare different groups of firms. And in this way, we try to account for endogeneity, even though it's always to take into consideration that cross-sectional data set is a bit more difficult. And with respect to the PCA, we use, with respect to the principal component analysis, we used a bunch of variables, 10 variables, in order to, that they all refers to the three kind of organizational practices that we want to analyze. So after having run the principal component analysis, we extract the values that have an eigenvalue higher than 1. So, but there are variables that they are all referred to. Okay. So okay, it's.
So thank you for the remark. I took notes. First, about the methodology. So here it's a very macro theoretical frame. It's a possibility that I won't keep all the references or all the elements in my work. If some, for example, if some hypotheses are not verified, will cut in the frame, and the frame is still not finished. For the question of periodization, I needed to dive into the question of chronology because there is a kind of chronology of timesheets which exists. For example, the timesheets were first created, it was at the beginning of the 20th century, and it was created by a lawyer. And so it came to lawyer, to consulting firms, and I observed, for example, they are also used by people in finance or human resources, so it's not only about the consulting professions. And when you look at, for example, at the documentation in management, or very academic and things, for example, I learned at school or in business school, there is a kind of chronology which is very linear. For example, you have the timesheet that you write with your pen, and when Excel is created, or the organization use Excel, and then you have softwares, and there is something which is very linear, and I had to understand the breakdown between the period. For example, I observed that in the 90s, Excel was used, but also timesheets written on paper. And I had to understand what it implied, why some organizations chose one technique or one other. And the frame of the deconstruction of the Industrial Revolution was a way to understand how to deconstruct this very mainstream approach of the evolution. For the question of management and blue workers, it is very complicated, and it's the object of my PhD. It's complicated because when I talk to, for example, people in top management, or some chief, or some people who are not friends, for example, I talk with some people in Belgium or in the United States, but if we focus on the French example, the people on top management who choose to implement timesheet and who defend timesheet, they say it's a necessity for facturation. They needed to factor the good price to their client, and if it's not the good price which is facturated, the client will be angry and they will change of a consulting firm. But it's not the appropriation and the effect that it has on workers. They feel controlled in their work. There is, in the French case, this idea of negation of autonomy, which is linked to the French contract that executives have, which is a very specific French case, because if you say to some people, we are going to give you higher wage in exchange of more work and also more autonomy, if you say to executives, so put your time and how many time you work in a timesheet, it's a negation of this special contract that we have in France, and people are very angry of it, but I think I will have a final answer in, I hope, 3 years. And for the inspiration for my PhD, when I finished my each year school at university, I had to work in order to have money, and I made some internship in consulting firms or other very, I did social media listening, for example, some very data internship, and there was timesheet and I didn't understand how to complete it. It seems very absurd to me, and when I started my PhD I had to find a subject, and I thought that this very strange thing for me could be an interesting subject.
Thank you very much. Of course, I failed to keep the schedule, but I think we had a great session. Okay.
Okay, so we have a meeting at 7 for going then